Сейчас начнем, господа. Ну что, господа, всем привет, всем здравствуйте, с вами Скэтман, сегодня с вами Disco Elysium, мы с вами продолжаем прохождение Disco Elysium, да, я пока вебочку выключу, потому что я тут немножечко кушаю, но Disco Elysium мы с вами продолжаем. Так, сейчас сразу же, хоп, хоп, вот примерно так оно будет, да, поехали. Слипман, привет, спасибо. Итак, мы здесь в убежище. Тусим у нее. Я подумал, может быть, мы здесь шлем могли бы найти. Но это, конечно, маловероятно. Визуальный анализ 3. Оба, уже 5. Никаких объяснений. Ладно, поехали. Шестерка лапута Мады.
Yes.
Клон, привет, спасибо. Девять интересная.
Our tenant, the policeman.
The sea's gonna calm down soon.
Ну и бардак, конечно, УИ в ЦИВе. После меня, значит, войну объявить одной державе. Объявляю, а потом укают на меня, что видите ли, милитарист.
Stop.
Называется
Just up
политика.
ahead. Danger. You are prepared. Don't put away your friend, your weapon. The barrels of your Villier's 9mm pistol shine threateningly in the cold spring lights.
Ким, там опасность впереди.
Yes, I hear commotion. Let's go.
Я готов.
Good. Be ready to take damage.
Ну что?
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
О, картинар в броне. Вместе с ним деваха. И вон еще слева какой-то чувак. Все в керамической броне. Сейчас, секундочку. Беги, беги, беги.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. I'll shut up. I'm gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Ким, что происходит? Поднимать левую руку
This
лейтенант.
is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
Ага, конечно, что вы убили чувака, это не irreversible, да?
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander.
Команда.
I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
Ее голос лишен эмоций, и это пугает. Деполь. Совсем забыл вчера спросить, что за бесстымовые дырки по всей неделе. Тусить буду, тусить, так или иначе.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Сейчас расстреляют легко.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
Справа Гарт, кстати, наблюдает за всем этим.
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it. Peaceful.
Рут Хун Клувен. Кажется, какие-то закованные в броню человек.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, she was right. That must be the third mercenary.
И здесь должен быть третий наемник. А это, наверное, третий наемник.
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed.
Так, у нас мало времени. Это... Что нам делать? Здоровяк, это наемник, что был у ворот. Командир стачков. Шо? Стать полиция. Стать между ними. О, это смело. Стоять, полиция!
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Он облизывает губы, направляет оружие на толпу, а потом на мгновение потеряв равновесие, пятится и едва не падает. Не слов, кто тебе получается его разобрать. Спокойно, никому не обязательно сегодня умирать.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to
Длинную
the
винтовку.
helmeted man.
Не это
Suddenly,
ли
the
орудие?
grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it. The big one. If you talk to him, he will rattle you, not the other way around.
Застрелить Картина, отвлекся на воспоминания, разобрался в броне. Внушение опасно, поговорите повешенном. Его имя Элис Картина, он был усыновлен, у него были синие глаза. Риторика, знаешь. Дануэлл. Придумай довод. Ты был подкреплением взять друг человека в маске из другого города, видимо. Слово винтовки ставлю на винтовку.
Oh yeah, that's Rude. Rude, the killer, Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
Убийца?
The gunner, the radist, the killer.
Стрелок указывает на себя, радист, на женщину, убийца, на фигуру по керамической броне.
What do you think he does?
Чем по-твоему он занимается?
There, on the rim of Owen Clerven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21.
Так ты уже сказал, что он убийца. Он убивает?
Smart loincloth. He fucks natives up. Soldier of the apocalypse style.
Easy. Easy now.
Скотменец, Пэтхиверан. Так, послушай, они этого не делали.
Yeah? Who did that?
Это был кто-то другой, кто-то, кого здесь сейчас нет.
How fucking convenient.
Смотрит меня пьяными глазами, потом кладет руку на пистолет.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
Нет убийцы здесь, хоть Нагов, это один из вас. Я подозреваю, что это, возможно, он как раз таки, это стрелок. Его стрелили с большого расстояния, это работа снайпера.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
Думай, думай, почему он мне не верит?
Your mind grinds to a halt. All you can see is the revolver in the man's armored hand, swaying, pointed at her. You move your mouth like a fish gasping for air.
Нет, ее там даже не было. Черт. Он дергает крючок, и из дома улетает трубочка дыма.
The shot rings in your ears, a low tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something.
Девушка
I'm
залила...
okay. I'm okay.
На животе белая рубашка цвет кроваво-красным, она хватает ртом воздух, проговорила: ничего, ничего.
She's not. She's bleeding out.
Пэтхиверан.
If she doesn't get help in 10 minutes, she'll die.
Fuck this!
Мужчина начинает достать что-то из
There's
кармана.
coarse shuffle against something. Is it a gun?
Gene! Cancel Lizzie! Now!
He'll be ripped apart. They all will. The moment the third man opens fire, and he knows it. He wants you to open fire on the mercenaries before he does. He's waiting for you and your partner to be the shield.
Придумай довод.
Alright, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Cranell would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick.
Неплохо.
You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Кринель дал вам право проводить трибунал?
Pops, you have no idea about the rights Crenell extends to us.
Плевать, они точно не давали вам права убивать гражданских и местных представителей органов правопорядка. Так, хорошо, ладно, какие же?
If I fuck and kill you, hang you to that streetlight by your shit pipes, then that's called a necessary display of force. No one's going to give a shit about dead loincloths. That's reality.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
Ну это хорошо или плохо хитрам? Как ты думаешь? Поговорите о повешенном.
Of course, nothing bad will happen. Talk about his dead friend. He seems stable enough to take it.
Мне кажется, за время расследования я узнал твоего покойного друга.
Don't fucking talk to me about my brother,
О, брат!
Okay, yes. Immediate failure. Things are worse now. He's observing your every motion carefully.
Представительница Wild Pines этого не одобряет.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Как Wild Pines не простят, если вы выезжаете кучу невинных людей. Мужчина смотрит на тебя налитыми кровью глазами, бык готовый к броску, он не слушает, он ищет удобный
Now
момент.
is not a good time to strike. He's looking right at your hands. Do something else. Get him distracted.
Когда Джойс об этом узнает, она разозлится.
She's fucking gone. She fucking sailed off. You're alone. Stay cool. How is she?
Спокойно кричит Тит своим людям где-то сзади. Как она?
I'll be okay.
Принимает
I'll be-
руку к сердцу, начинает трястись.
She'll be gone soon too. Company bitch is gone. Lally's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Он смотрит неожиданно устало, даже грустно.
Guys,
Невысокий мужичок выходит в свой
I
ряд.
just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Помешай, у меня есть слова нет. О, сейчас его убьют.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
They're huddled close in a formation. Still, the rest will stay. Even if it means dying here with him.
Да вы же пьяный, посмотрите на себя.
Yes. So what?
Ты не судишь трезвый, пожалеешь о содеянном.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Вспышка сопровождается желтоватой слюной вокруг губ. Где Классия? Она мне все
Who
объяснила.
the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs, where is she?
She left.
Ты че? А-ха-ха! Вы кричит балкон управляющий.
Hunched, but keeping it together.
Как? Какого рожна ты там делаешь?
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire. You know how much windows cost?
Я думаю, скорее плохо, так как задача облика города не что-то визуально показать, что есть в городе. Если что-то не удается познать, значит это права художника. В этом случае это просто обходиться лишь условными бонками.
She left. Her room's cleaned out. Right before these assholes showed up.
We should have arrested her.
Да.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one.
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
Застрелить Картинара.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion.
Посмотреть на Картинара. У него в щеке дыра, кровь течет ручьем, он лениво пятится назад, в глазах непонимание и ярость. Он пытается что-то сказать, но получается только хрип и бульканье. Пытается сказать, но не может.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Ким, думай.
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. In the background, the leader staggers.
У меня 3 патрона, Крон, как
He has
раз.
0.6 seconds
Или
to do
2.
so. He won't make it. You're on your own.
Вернуться от выстрела.
You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks.
О, радость, я жив! Меня нельзя убить, я стал бессмертным! Закричай, хватит меня стрелять! Я стал бессмертным.
Tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your
Да,
left,
Деполь.
DePaul is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
God, please.
Смертным бледным лицом лейтенанта целит врага, он дрогнувшим голосом шепчет: Господи, прошу тебя.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from
Он
DePaul's.
попал.
It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
Ким, он попал в человека с ружьем. Кто кричал?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic.
Он еще живой.
With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
Посмотрите ему в глаза.
The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth. But he will do it. He is your end. Here it comes. Death.
Ну, у нас же броня есть. Он там в голову упал или что?
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll.
3% или получить пулю? Ну, что же выбрать?
The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Помогут открыть глаза. Что я вижу?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
Блин, крутая рисовка, конечно.
You're bleeding out.
Все-таки появляется силуэт, который склоняется над тобой. Знакомый голос стучит волнение и страх. Ты истекаешь кровью. Никто не... Так. Так, темно, ничего не вижу.
Stay with me. You hear me? Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard.
Да,
Your
нос.
eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And the cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him.
Оператор
A
поправился.
slender white shadow
Этом дефикс.
towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
Авторитет соединяется. Нет, Ким, лейтенант доверяет тебе, Ким очень тебе доверяет.
No, you say. and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles and your eyes are full of fear.
Это авторитет почему-то.
That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind him. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
Повалиться в черный
This
тьму.
is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Нет, я хочу вернуться в бой.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost
Да.
1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours. Hurting. Moaning in his sleep. And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs. And
Нас
feeling
лечат.
saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world. You're thirsty. Reach for the glass of water by the bed. The world is still there. Sleep some more.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
Так это... Это вроде же мотокарета.
Engine of a Caprice Kinema.
Да.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple from the pain.
Нифига, мы в нашем номере, только он теперь немножко прибран уже. Ким?
Sunrise, Parabellum.
Парабел. Говорит, лейтенант, он стоит посреди свежеубранной комнаты, вентилятор обрамляет его голову, как нимб, а лицо распухло от синяков. Worse. Так. Номер, тут чисто.
Mr. Guard cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
Сколько я полежал?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
Драмамин и материться. А что ты сказал про утро?
Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Isn't that written on your...
У меня на пистолете такая гаёрка.
It served you well.
И что, пришла война?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Отлично.
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay. It's
Ой-ой-ой.
not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Что произошло?
What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued.
Он мертв?
Yes. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
Увернулся.
Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive. Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Эжен?
Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer DePaul before she got the jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened.
Он достает из кармана куртки сигарету, зажигает. Начинает понять горький запах. Вот что произошло. То есть все трое наемников, они мертвы?
DePaul was the last to die. Everard had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
А что?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe...
Задумчиво вдыхает дым.
Maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
Ты же вроде кушаешь только одну в
This
день.
is the one.
Это она. Сколько всего жертв со стороны профсоюза?
4. Glenn, Theo, Angus, the fat one. He took a lot of bullets.
Ну и Элизабет.
And Elizabeth too. Elizabeth Beaufort was her name. The gardener.
Не выжила?
No, she bled out before Everard's surgeon could help her. Everard sent his personal doctor, but a costly loss for the Union. She was being trained for leadership.
Я сделал все, что мог.
I know you did. It's all right.
That's right.
И это, в итоге, все. Ну, не так уж и плохо, с учетом обстоятельств.
Oh no, officer. It's pretty bad. 7 people are dead.
Он говорит, 7. Тут написано 6.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized.
Yet.
And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
Я сильно ранен?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome.
Я смогу ходить?
We will see.
Through tears and blood and stitches tearing, it should be possible.
Из моего участка кто-нибудь заходил проведать? Нет.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Странно, нет?
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Странно, ты же никого не видел.
I'm sure they're worried about you.
Кто же мной ухаживал, если не сотрудники участка?
I did.
Спасибо.
No need.
Ты ранен?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Ладно, встать.
Easy now.
Эти снова начинают двоиться, все заливает рыжей болью. Что у нас случилось, говорит Фоксэм? Ой, ты все упустил. Короче, мы пошли в город, а там наемники начали, ну, напали на профсоюз, на парней Харди, и мы вступились, и там перестрелка была. Наемники мертвы, также мертвы 4 из профсоюза. Вот. Лучше посмотри повтор. На ютубе, например.
How are you?
Шикарно. Отожжем. Сколько вообще по всей надо было до перестрелки? 8 человек, получается. Должно было быть 8. И что теперь, Ким?
I honestly don't know.
То есть ополовинили. Ты не знаешь?
We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling.
Думаешь, плохо
I
получилось?
don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Стой, ты проверял, она правда?
Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up.
Ты кто же убийца, Ким? Кто убил повешенного?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
Это потому что я шестерка Лапута Мады, так?
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
Мы не успели схватить бодинистую швабру. Сраные ландыши, Ким, цветы. Вытащи из кармана засохший сок с летающими лепестками за Ким. Вот это,
Every
помнишь?
piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
He's wrong.
Нет, Ким, действительно, в этом городе действительно весь мусор связан с нашим делом.
Okay.
Соглашается он явно не всерьез. Что еще дыры в... Ай, стене? Кто-то за ней подглядывал?
I don't know. That's been there for years.
Проклятые следы.
Yes. God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable.
По-прежнему есть вероятность 28%, что стреляли
We
издалека.
should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
Дэнни пулят Бель Магав 446. Насколько сложно найти такое ружье, а?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
Ага. А как же все эти старые бункеры с
We
оружием
could
эпохи
find
эволюции?
thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
Чудо еще не свершилось. Еще не конец.
He does not know what to reply. Looks out of the window, then back at you. It's morning outside. You think.
Знаешь, что я думаю о раскрытии
He
преступлений?
arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Раскрывать преступления сложно.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
Ты еще не готов сдаться? М?
No. Are you ready to limp?
Я готов.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
То лимп. Куда Ну, лимп это, да, хромота. Надо заглянуть в верхнюю комнату командира жены Аласье.
Why not?
Угасить сигарету у подошву.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
The bed's a little nicer now. You could get a good night's sleep here.
Наверное, нас бесплатно тут поселят в этот раз.
The fan stands still. The switch must be broken.
Ага, так и не включить, не починил. Белая эмаль сияет чистотой, бутылок внутри нет. Ха, дверь открыта, можно зайти в номер Кима. Сейчас зайдем. Лимп. Проигрыватель Стерео 8 вновь обрел свою правую колонку. Снова стекло сияет в лучах утреннего света. С улицы носится шум машин, мир живет своей жизнью.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. You see the
Будильник заведен на 6:50. В шашечке лежат медикаменты, медицинские инструменты, меркурохром, скальпель, антибиотики.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Спасибо, что продлил жизнь вот этой хреновины взять на
It
себя.
would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go? I am sure neither of us feels solid in...
Не надо тут мариноваться, мы оба не в лучшей форме. Un jour, je serai retour. Почитаем потом. На кафе заглянуть. А, мы все равно никого не уйдем, поэтому сейчас заглянем. Patience must be tolerated. Блин, тупый нос. Так. Оп. Ох, нога болит. Возможно, если не бегать, будет не так больно. Да, логично. Pохоже, он оставил что-то на столе. Записка?
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door.
Интересно.
I'm sorry. I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift.
У тебя подозрительно поощряются к лестнице, в тенях наверху следы чужого присутствия. Что это может быть за
I
подарок?
am not drawing my gun yet, but I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
Кажется, он бывал в
It's hardly
спешке.
surprising.
You look at her rough, jagged handwriting on the note. She was in a rush, but not panicked. Deliberate. Focused. The medicine cabinet is empty. Not even a toothbrush. Pity.
Она и правда все учтива.
She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
Диэс, привет. Давай бомжа. Тебе сказать, вчера 2 порции дал. Да, ты ушел, кстати, ледового. Тебе бомжа дали, ты взял, ушел со стыдом. Не досмотрел конец бомжа. Красная нитка нейлоновая ведет из номера на крышу. Лол.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes. A man and a woman. Only now a red
пока не
thread
уснул.
bisects the room,
А, да, хорошо все.
pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
Для тягать нить по пальцам, тугая сразу же возвращается в прежнее
A ray
положение.
of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside. A prime. To
Куда
them,
ведет эта
what
нить?
it suggests, the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B.
Ну,
triple
остров-то,
prime.
который мы не проверили, к слову. Получил, зачем пришел и ушел.
The island in the bay.
Ага. Она пытается нам сообщить, что стреляли с того островка. Откуда она знает, как это
She was
делается?
there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Она таким образом просит
I
прощения.
find that hard to believe. But at this point, what difference does it make?
Она пытается сообщить нам, что стреляли с того островка.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
На островке есть руины, затопленный морской форт. Я видел платный
I
бинокль.
remember.
Кроме того, это единственная начальная точка, которую мы еще не исключили.
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
Кажется, ты не испытываешь с собой энтузиазма.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Может быть, нам стоит отправиться на
The
остров?
wind blows in from the open window. The lieutenant sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water. There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
Я помню, что там стоит какое-то зенитное орудие, или то, что от него осталось на острове. Я видел платный
Could be
бинокль.
the makings of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
Ким, давай же отправимся на этот чертов остров.
Okay, let's go to the fucking island.
Он мгновенно умыкает, что в смысле, он
How do we
добавляет.
get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Лильен, рыбачка, она как раз смолила
Ah,
лодку.
yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Да-да-да-да-да-да-да. Ду-ду. Ду-ду-ду-ду-ду-ду-ду. Ду-ду. Ниткой повязана к антенне. Отправляйтесь на остров. Винтовку чувака, который стрелял в нас, мы не проверили. Ну, его и дробовик был, я так понял, потому что он нас дробинками бахал. Вот, но не могла ли она быть с той самой винтовкой?
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust.
Jackpot. These.
Да, их там поменьше стало.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
Здорово, спасибо, намного лучше.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway, I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, but the drinks are not. Just felt I needed to specify that.
А куда все подевались?
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
Что случилось с мужчиной в очках? Это что, мужчина в очках?
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside.
А, это который коп поехал. Жак. Когда по реке был, да. Ладно, не могу не сказать, ты тоже присутствовал во время трибунала, стоял на балконе.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a bad ass.
Да, короче, только это. Просто кино стоически.
He nods back at you, even more stoically. Just two badass men nodding stoically. Make that three. The lieutenant is nodding too, hands crossed.
Ладно, спасибо.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Hi again, gendarme.
Вообще,
Bye-bye, gendarme.
0 комментариев.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that.
Смотрит на тебя с недвусмысленным
I
уважением.
guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
Протягивает руку.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Пожать не благодари, это моя работа.
Well, cheers anyway.
Сальтуйте бутылкой виски. Сожалею о ваших
Theo
потерях.
was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him
Theo.
withering away on a sickbed. But Lizzie and Angus, they were just stupid kids. Didn't realize the shit they got into before it was too late. I feel responsible for both. For all of them, really.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
Стоять, что с этим типом, который мутный?
Dennis, you saw him run. He's a mean little shit and I never trusted him. He'd better run real fast now. Real fast.
Они были хорошими людьми, межешь так вышло.
Well, yeah. Memento mori. Right.
Ага, точняк. Что это значит? Помни о смерти.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure. Or syphilis.
Hey, fuck you.
Из-за того, что он нажрется и напьется. Что у тебя будет с парнями Харди?
First, we're gonna find Dennis.
I'm going to find Dennis. I'm going to find him, and then I'm going to kill him.
The tone of the statement is so matter-of-fact. It's as though he were talking about picking up a morning newspaper on his daily walk around the block.
Ваш парень, ваше дело. Поступайте, считайте нужным.
The lieutenant shakes his head, but doesn't say anything. Go ahead then. Maybe they'll only break his legs.
We're hunting that rat down. Let it be known what happens to cowards. And then, I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows. And maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy boys.
Не знаешь, что стало с Квасье?
Don't know. Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
Тип, мы многое пережили вместе. Скажи мне правду. Он тебе правда нравился, верно же?
Nope. He did.
Аналогично.
He shrugs and tries to look uninterested.
Нет мысли, что мне теперь делать?
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other.
Yeah, go pay Monica a visit in Janrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all Rebacho.
Hell, you both look like you could use some feminine company right now.
Thank you for your advice, Eugene. Me too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
You're welcome, Dina Clark. You're all right in my book.
Ты норм, мужик. Пока, парни, ведите себя прилично, чтобы мне не пришлось возвращаться.
Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one hardy boy.
Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
РГ, придется бы кто-нибудь вроде тебя, Тит. Подумай об этом.
I will, Capo. That's a promise. Now scoot. Because the Hardy boys got some mourning and drinking to do.
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not passed. This town needs you on your feet.
Good point, Bino Claude. We'll keep the vol under 12%.
Конечно, отсвекаться сегодня не будем.
Hi again, gendarme.
Самообладание надо, да? Для этой проверки. Давайте.
Hi again, gendarme.
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground? Yes, this man is definitely one of the homos. I've seen them homos with my own eyes.
Ты выжишь гомосексуальную подполью?
The homosexual underground?
Короче, поскакивает, прилез в спину, глаза его возвращаются веселое удивление, на губах лет медовая улыбка.
Why, yes, I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate?
Нет, просто хотел знать, принадлежит ли к ним.
Well, I am one of them. One of the Sub Rosa pleasure group, congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night.
А что насчет ночи четверга?
Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life.
Подполье. Ну зачем себя есть? Что это вы делаете?
We're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning. The last things people in Rebishol have to hold on to. The true symbols of security. The meaning of man and woman, mother and father. Their marriage. Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are anymore.
Сильно. Но мне нравится знать, кто такой.
But do you also like the razzle-dazzle of gold? Do you like parties and discos and having fun under the vibrant lights of Saturday night? Because instead of the traditional family unit, we're going to have all this razzmatazz. And mysteries, of course, too. Mysteries of sexual nature, very esoteric. And disco music and drugs.
Так хорошо, что звучит незаконно.
But for the better part of history, it has been illegal.
Но теперь нет?
No.
А если я не помню, скучал ли или нет, если вообще ничего в своей жизни не помню, кроме того, что я люблю диско?
Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for. Who knows, maybe you were homosexual in the past. Maybe all of that has been repressed.
Вот у тебя
I
руками.
have to say that you do look like someone who might be part of the underground. You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look.
Это будет размышление часов на 20 минимум.
Absolutely wonderful.
A man like you can figure out his sexuality in a working day. It won't be 20 hours unless you want to enter the heightened realms of the phantasm erotique afterwards. It may be 20 hours or more, but that would be on your own time.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Гомосексуальное подполье. 8 часов. Ты замечаешь таинственных незнакомцев в ночи. Они стоят, облокотившись на темные дверные проемы, тихо о чем-то переговариваются, обмениваются заговорческими взглядами, шепчутся в темных аллеях и заведениях без вывески. Радикальная ячейка, замышляющая что-то против государства, а может быть даже против союза мужчины и женщины. Что это было? Тайное рукопожатие? Что вообще происходит? Что за таинственные люди? Как они достигнут своих зловещих, меняющих мир целей? И самое важное, может быть, ты один из них? Ты мог бы быть? Может быть, ты забыл? Да. Сейчас, секундочку, да. Ну, глядя на его выражение лица в нижнем левом углу, так сразу не скажешь, что из какого он подполья. Это да.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
Un jour, je serai de retour près des détails, видимо.
This was Cindy the Skull.
Похоже, Синди Чей наконец нашла слова для своего шедевра.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it. Yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
Я чувствую запах мазута.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
Сторону, лейтенант, поджечь граффити, бросив горячий окурок.
The fuel oil catches fire immediately with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. Black smoke rises from the burning message.
Ты отполицирован, Мартинес. Да, давай, да.
The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters.
Страдальников нажал. Приятного аппетита. Мрачно смотреть.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime. The dented yellow mailbox.
Mon Dieu! You set it on fire. What kind of a policeman are you?
Огнеходец, я хожу среди огня.
That's nice. Better somehow. Can I help in any way?
Ну, к слову, уж лучше мы это подожжем, чем потом кто случайно это подожжет. А, к слову, здесь все еще окно типа не заменено. Косяк!
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool.
Это кто такой говорит?
People, they say you'd kind of died for a moment, that you let your shit out already, but then came back. So I guess that's what's cool now. Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
Feels good for some reason.
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you.
Это ты о чем?
Who knows?
Откуда мне сказать про те жест, я слежу за тобой.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
What do you see?
Там была сфера. Fucking Kuno. Kuno doesn't fucking care. Наконец-то Kuno не пофиг. Ночник, шушая по своей крыше, странный звук. Березки. Да долбанный нос, кошмар, бесит.
Oh my god!
Things have gotten out of hand. I thought the psychic stuff was bad, but the crime, it's even worse. I haven't been able to come to work for 3 days. The shop has been locked. No sales, gangbangers running around, shooting everyone. I know I shouldn't have bought a shop in this ghetto.
Стреляли, между прочим, в меня.
Oh my god! Even the police can't take care of all of this. Just look at that limp. Someone should do something about this.
Он держит его двумя пальцами в шляпе.
Maybe I should close the bookstore and open a psychic studio. Yes. It makes sense. Crime is the 6th element, you see. The darkest element. I could teach people to protect themselves against bad
А
energies.
какой пятый?
And to fight crime.
Слуги медиума, это же хуже, чем книжный лак в Мартинезе.
No need to be modest, good officer. You've convinced me. It is a great idea. Thank you for the inspiration. In the meantime, do buy the books. As many as you can. They won't be here for much longer. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
О, выручи меня, девочка. Моя книга по Дика Марлин порвалась, а я не успел ее поддосчитать. Ты знаешь, чем все закончилось?
Which book was it, sir?
Дик Марлин — таинственная личность.
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I haven't read that one yet. I wish I could help you.
А, черт! Выручи меня, девочка! Сейчас, секунду. Ну ладно, сказка хорошо. Так. Заговор на понос. Да, видео-то никому было. Чтобы не исправлять, просто делать ублюдок на память. Спасибо.
Give up. You'll never find the answer. There's no other copy of Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity here.
Должно же быть какое-то
There
решение.
isn't. If only you had more time, more resources. Who knows what you could have come up with?
На нос это.
Maybe if there had been more money and less speed. Or more speed. Or that, yes. Either way, you might have been able to come up with an answer. But not like this.
Блин, стоит какой-то закончить с мыслью. То есть, если мы не потрезвели, да, возможно, мы придумали бы решение. А куда Синди Чейв делась? Не, у меня хорн каждый год такое. Я простываю и недели 2 в простуде положу. Бесит люто, но я не знаю, что делать.
Give me a moment.
Give me a moment. Надо не простывать. Да, звучит логично. Ее здесь нет. Fucking Guna. Guna doesn't care.
The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. Your breath grows heavier. More old bullet holes. Half a century at least. From the revolution.
Изучить внимательнее.
You peer into the faded marks in the stone. They peer back like an endless row of tiny black holes. Sweat starts trickling down your brow. Your chest feels tight looking at them. It's closing in, caving in, ever tighter. Your breathing grows even heavier.
You okay there?
Клинок разрубать тупо по защите в реальности. Да, я в порядке, я скажу.
You were looking pale there for a second. What are you looking at?
Эти следы от пуль выглядят точно как тех, что мы видели
Bullet
раньше.
holes generally look the same, so probably. But you're right. More old bullet holes from the revolution.
Сколько же людей погибло в этой революции?
Plenty.
Plenty. Я 12 лет каждый год весной ловил сильного ангину, за последние 10 лет болел только 2 раза. Круто. Ну, ангина-то это вроде типа вирус, если не ошибаюсь. Вот, а я просто простывал, у меня температуры нет, ничего нет, просто насморк и все. Я заразиться чем-то не мог. Я вот про что. Ну, блок, конечно, но маловероятно. Сейчас все на нас напали, постоянно нас лейтенант Ким Кицураги.
Only static hisses through the speaker.
Hello?
No reply. Only the mindless drone of static.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Cronel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected.
Офигеть.
Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
Это не опасно?
No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope. I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now. You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal. And remember, they are listening in.
Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. In the cabin, you see a set of steering.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
41.
10-4, come in. Fireworker.
Жюли, я слышу, что некоторые считают, что я был шестеркой, и Лапута Малик, а потом и продажный.
10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir.
Слухи, что это вообще значит? Они считают меня подажным или нет?
I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there's always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over. Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
Вот так вот. Слухи ходят.
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive?
Жив, только хромаю.
Man, what a day.
Да, кстати, не
I
бегать.
missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show.
Местные гомилы из повсюду тут ни при чем, кстати.
Hey, that's just what I heard. Old wives' tale.
Я пока еще осматриваюсь.
What next?
Осталось такой пару
Good
метров.
luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right?
Кстати, ты, может, на меня не злишься?
Fuck it. I'm a bad guy now. There's things more important than holding a grudge. It's okay. You've been through enough. We are what we are. And you're a cop.
Ну да, хочу сказать, задать пару вопросов перед чем пути.
Sorry, man. Didn't mean it like that. Ask away.
Shoot. Стреляй, типа. Во время своего расследования встретил рулевую даму из Утруби. Немного тревожит, говорит он.
Is it wise to share information about the case like this, sire? The lieutenant throws you a quick glance. What are you doing?
Она от нас ускользнула.
Oof, good on her. And good on you, too. Better focus your efforts on the bad guys. Mercs and such. Plenty of baddies to go around. And she didn't do it. Believe me, if it's something bad, then she didn't do it. Didn't know her for long, but I know people.
All right. That's enough sharing details about the investigation for one day.
Я больше ничего не рассказывал. Чё ты сразу, Ким?
A lorry, the smell of cigarette. There's something odd about the clothes.
Отсюда дальнобойщица исчезла.
A lorry, the window, fumes of heavy.
Заскочу, куплю лекарств, кстати. А то у нас их не так много осталось для хпшек.
Is this about the questions again?
Скажу, что свитые шутки плохие. Почему?
Frit has an army.
She blinks at you, confused as to why you'd ask such an obvious thing.
Погоди-ка, армия, то есть наемник готов убивать?
Yeah, like 2000 or so.
Судя по ее тону, это абсолютно порядок вещей. Но зачем фритая армия? Это же просто магазинчик на
I
углу.
don't know. It stops people from robbing Frit, I guess. If they know there's an army, I mean, I wouldn't want to fuck with them anyway.
Businesses often hire private security this side of the river. It's an unfortunate state of affairs, but not unheard of.
Но для этого есть полиция.
You think the police, like, bother catching shoplifters? Frit polices themselves, so yeah.
Понятно.
Anything.
A colorful.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Фьюзер кепка просто -1 боевой дух. Отличное пиво. Во, мы же это потрезвели, теперь у нас на нас эффекты положительные не действуют от наркоты.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste.
Okay. Here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The tear machine stands in the corner.
Эквилибраст. Ладно, могу все подняться еще.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
Опасность в стиле жизни Байдера, не так
There
ли?
are types of danger. The one I'm usually concerned with is lung cancer or getting mauled by wildlife. Not bullets. It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace, though. You have a true boyadero heart.
Ага, а где все?
Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or out for the time being.
Ты не можешь не упасть внутрь?
No, man. Not today. Today is war.
He says it matter-of-factly, like it's no big deal.
Так что будет теперь?
Time will tell. I'll tell Everard you dropped by. I'm sure he'll be glad.
А что ты теперь будешь
I'll
делать?
be okay here, doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that red I am.
Окидывают взглядом красные флаги выше на воротах в порт. Это флаги этих самых как раз таки профсоюза.
Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live.
Представляешь, что тебя не пострелили, ладно?
I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
И как широка, как пустыня. Да. Заперто. Коробку можем залутать. Там 1 реал. Лол. Ничего особенного. Улица стоила 1 реала. Ух ты что?
Cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell. You know what that is? Cool. That's cool.
Селень, селень.
Between you and me, this is why I don't get involved in local politics.
Ты называешь это политикой?
In its purest form. Now, what can I do for you?
Чистейшей форме политикой. Ловить пули.
The trap is full of locusts, but
Все, ближе к Гагуданам. Тогда поговорить же к Гагуданам. Ну, в чем вопрос-то? Let's speak to Jgagudan. You know?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
Чем помочь? Меня ранили.
Even I can see that. I told you not to bring your trouble with you, policeman. We've got troubles of our own here. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen.
Похоже, когда оказались справа, уже люди такие пошли за мной.
I'm not sure those were the last of the men with guns either. There are always more coming for your kind, officer.
then we'll be ready.
Ого, 7-й день. Хиппи, привет. Чё, поехали.
Officer, what happened?
You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Мне прострелили ногу, болтаешь за ушко, тебе
Is
познавилось.
this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about.
You didn't only get shot.
А второй пулей уклонился, я такой умею.
Good for you.
Ты еще остальных не видел, двое мертвы, один в больнице.
So you're a killer. That's
Там
good,
больше,
I
чем
guess.
двое мертвы.
I guess. Better than being dead.
Я не убийца, я коп.
Hi. I guess you are. I understand that's how it goes.
У меня к тебе вопрос.
Of course. Can I help you with
Чего
something?
хочешь, трибунал? Мы убили 3 наемников, 4 убили из профсоюза, 4 погибли. Нам нужно добраться до того острова, угнать на остров.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Бактериальную инфекцию. Пару срочных дней, только что подцепил бактериальную
I'm sad to hear
инфекцию.
that. Take care of that with ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. We sad to lose the first one.
That's cool. You boasting your bacterial infection like that.
Персоной? Что ты решил тут DFX? А что на том острове? В бинокле я видел какие-то развалины.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Ты что, смотрим, не бывал. Кто бывал?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know.
Миниатюры
My
персонажей,
mother told me.
покореженный интерфейс. Да не, даже не близко. Ты чё? Вообще нет. Персона супер все ярко. Тут, ну, миниатюры персонажей во всех РПГ есть, где у них есть аватары. Что в большом количестве довольно-таки. Ну нет. Я думаю, персона типа геймплейн имеете в виду. Стилистически тоже не похоже. Геймплейны вообще не похож, конечно. Корявый текст, сделанный аутистами. Что вы имеете в виду под корявым текстом, сделанным аутистами? Вы хотите сказать, диалоги плохие или что? Почему аутистами-то сразу грубость? И я не согласен. Ты где столько накопил? Купил сейчас?
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Какие дети?
Twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Есть это луж по 20 костов.
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Можем мы одолжить твою лодку?
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Внимательно слушайте, кивать.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Shift с засечками в видеоигре — это признак оригинального взгляда на жизнь. Засечками? Что значит засечками? Почему Escape не играл хиппи? Или Тиране? Но в плане... Нет, Тиране есть немножечко геймплея, и Тиране в этом ужасно, кстати. То есть в этой игре битв-то нету. В этой игре это чисто текстовый RPG. А в Тиране есть как бы еще и битвы. Так вот, и она ужасна тем, что у тебя 5 часов диалогов, а потом 10 минут битв и снова 5 часов диалогов. И битвы там хорошие, довольно неплохие. И ты такой, ну когда же битва? О, наконец-то, сейчас еще 5 часов диалогов. И это вот, как сказать, типа, удручает. Сейчас приду. Либо QT на экране и в горизонтальной пачке будут вертикальные линии на концах. Ты про большую букву Т с шрифтом Times New Roman? Это какие-то проблемы типа с этим? Или что? Окей, ладно, там с New Roman нет такого шрифта, согласен. Ну, у многих есть. Не знаю, не вижу в этом никаких проблем. И чё? Все, это значит аутисты? Признак оригинального взгляда на жизнь? Из-за того, что они шрифт выбрали интересный? Серьезно? Другой тебя ничего не смущает? Типа концептуализация игры? Шрифт? Серьезно? Что из этого ближе тебе в тиране по итогу? Да, дайте уже мне нормально почитать изувера, не хочу пигать в книжку. Или да, дайте мне уже нормально пигать изувера, не хочу читать ВГ. Короче, Хитран. Это игра, в которой самым крутым образом описана магия, как она там работает. Божественные силы и так далее. Вот, то есть там лор крутой. И он геймплейно круто вписан. При этом там явная графомания, там перебор с текстом. Там очень много бессмысленного текста. В Disco Elysium такого даже нет. Вот, а там есть, там прям тяжело. Очень много текста. Вот, поэтому я бы увеличил бы количество геймплея, уменьшил бы количество текста. Я бы так сделал, Хитран. Никакой прямого шифта дочек в бутыльцах. Ты имеешь в виду MDFX или кого? Это все остальное ничто. Остальным ялькам, что до вас туда.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Увидимся. Я могу купить, наверное, сам бензин, нет?
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. while the other watches him do it.
Ну, они птички же были на том острове, правда? Где игры с камнями указывают на залив. Да, на этом мне нужно знать, что он находится.
Nothing. It's just a seaford and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great.
Ужасный кусок истории. Почему? В смысле?
And we make a fire. We make a fire. Gather the sticks for the fire and bullets.
И пули.
Oh, not real bullets. Empty bullets.
Я вообще про заскоки на шрифт. Да, может быть он критичный подходить, но будь он банальный комик Санс, мне яо, текст есть текст. Я многие псевдо-рукописные шрифты просто ненавижу, их больно читать. Но тут-то он явно не псевдорукописный, тут-то он спокойно читается. То есть, да, он тут необычный, но он отлично технически подобран. Тебе не кажется, что он прекрасно читается без всяких проблем? Я понял, о чем ты. Ну, иногда это оправдано. Ну, то есть, допустим, вот мы читаем тот же самый... в какой-нибудь игре мы читаем какое-нибудь письмо какого-нибудь вельможи кому-нибудь, и ты читаешь, и типа он написан таким, да, прописным шрифтом, как бы, вот, ты такой, о, да, нифига себе. Вот, это немножко погружает. Не вижу в этом проблемы. Хотя там в разы меньше, но я просто хочу сказать, что качество текста намного важнее его количества. Ну да, конечно. Скорее не ужасный, а романтично-комедийный. А что потом?
The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Пожарник?
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy.
Я больше уже не шифр, на случай использования слов характерных почве.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Ну смотри, Ленса, погружает, конечно, да. Ну вот, но, то есть ты когда видишь вот типа вот тебе дают листок пергамента, да, и на нем просто типа калибре написан текст такой печатными словами, пам-пам-пам. Ты такой, это плохая локализация, они не заправили за шрифты. Ну я лично так делаю. То есть это, конечно, не так важно, как составление, что внутри содержится. Но в целом, я, допустим, в Call of Duty, когда играл, помню прекрасно, что я переключал игру на английский язык с русского, потому что мне там нравились гораздо больше шрифты. Они там прям очень красивые. Вот. В остальном игра, типа, ну, то есть, ну, я мог себе позволить, понял, знание языка, там игра особо не требовала, да. Текст, а что там, блин, текста можно было написать? Вот. Но в любом случае, шрифты там в разы красивее, такой, вау, прикольно. Меня, не знаю, меня погружало немного, мне это нравилось. Я живой, привет, забавный. Коль мы тут говорим о шрифтах, был ли такой, который тебе особо запомнился в какой игре? Ну вот сразу в Call of Duty, конкретно Modern Warfare 2, наверное. Там прям очень красивый был шрифт. Вы по погружению, по геймплею, а я про первое впечатление от Cover тут так все выглядит за Cover. DFX, это текстовый RPG, в котором мы пришли на 53-м часу геймплея. А как вы можете тут погрузиться внезапно? Ну нет, точнее вы можете на самом деле, но вы же это не пытаетесь делать. Вы такие просто типа, вот тут шрифты, говорю, а что вам обращать внимание-то? Вы за сюжетом-то уже не следите же. У нас никто не живет?
No.
Сон не ходит.
Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Почему пожарник?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Почему просто потушить огонь?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go.
О, интересно. Yes. Ты говоришь что-то про свет.
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Указывает на научный фонарь.
Yes.
Можете что-нибудь мне сказать? Возраст, живет на возрасте?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
Оно? Не, это Modern Warfare. Это не тот. Не про этот шрифт. Это шрифт в компании. Я про шрифт в мультиплеере. Там, где, типа, миссия начинается, там, да, ну, в смысле, катка начинается, и там шрифты в меню, шрифты, типа, там, такая команда победила, там, осталось столько секунд, там, и так далее. Вот эти шрифты, это не то. Это не очень интересный шрифт. Сейчас пойду. Спасибо, Фоксам. Сейчас, короче, супер тепло оденусь. Надеюсь, мне это поможет. Итак, как он выглядит?
I don't know.
Как так?
We ran. He just yelled. We shouldn't be there.
Ваш отец тоже был на этом острове, да?
Our father killed himself.
Ёк-макаёк.
Don't say that. He didn't.
Мать бьет его кулаком, глаза мальчика начинают блестеть, как будто он вот заплачет.
I'm
Помолчать.
sorry.
Прости, говорит мальчишка вату, осторожно поглаживая его плечо. А все, что можешь сказать, может, знаете еще что-нибудь об этом острове? Там произносит один мальчишка, потирая глаза. Абсолютно очевидно, что заканчивать предложение он не собирается.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Пока, детишки, не балуйтесь.
Hello, mister. Bye.
Ну что, поехали?
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty.
Ну вот, типа да, типа вот, типа такого. Я помню красивее. Мне в голове отложусь как покрасивее хитрам. Может, какие-то другие фразы должны быть красивее. Или в меню просто. Честно, я уже не помню. Но в целом, вот что-то из этих элементов должно быть, да.
The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color. Industrial paint.
По сравнению вот это, если найдешь русский вариант, тут сразу будет понятно разница, наверное.
A72.
А72.
Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Да, вариантов особо-то и нет. Да, погнали.
The skiff, once you get in, have you made... Remember what the net picker said.
Я буду держать магнитофон, сесть ялик и отправиться на остров. Sans serif shrift. Там такой типа.
Want to be free. Want to be free.
Лузом попер.
It will last forever.
Интересная форма церкви, почему такой шпиль вытянутый? Уж не из-за столба тишины или? Да, приятная музыка. Какое-то нефтяное пятно. Совсем конец. Ну, не знаю.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
Ну-ка. Ну вот, да, то есть цифры, шрифты, да, на русском как-то, например, вообще некрасиво, не знаю. Даже то, что английский это не очень красиво, но русский прям, не знаю, сразу же.
In the silence, a sputter of wings, a A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
Вот из лодки. Вы поняли, Альцах. Что у тебя нет вкуса? Ахаха! Базирный мост. Вовешка была достаточно сильной, чтобы разрушить фундамент. Ржавый цепь тянет скот в океан.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Он тянется склад на краю земли.
Ah, yes. So it seems.
Для чего потом это
For
использовали?
bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, locking off that side of the bay.
Кому пригодить?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe. Yes?
Шины просто звались на куски, минут 50, не меньше. Из бочки вытекло немного топлива, черное, вязкое. Осторожно, не опасно. В воздухе стойкий запах мазута. Копытце не дают тебе знать. Чё, какое копытце?
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
Что это за шорох?
The flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Под этим шорохом.
On the islet, there is almost no wind under the rain, quietly falling on the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the water.
Больше нет архитектора.
Long dried leaves chafing against each other. The soft raindrops. Like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Of great importance to the few who attend.
На западе.
A silent hiss. Sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
На востоке.
The faraway roar of the city. Distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. Raindrops fall on water, strangely quiet, forming circles in the distance.
Впереди.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
А дальше еще на север.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
У нас ветеран восприятия 12.
A drop of rain falls on a black log of an extinguished campfire.
А за этой тишиной?
Col de Mamadakwa.
Ким?
Yes?
На этом острове очень тихо.
It is. Is that why we are stopping?
Погоди, немножечко кое-что
The
послушать.
lieutenant nods.
Yes?
Ты заметил, здесь
I
тихо?
have. Is that why we are stopping?
Извини, пойдем. На бочке ОГР, на бочке нарисована звезда с мелкими пятнышками. Без которой ты видел в платный бинокль, все еще стоит. Здесь не подняться, лестница сломана.
ICM. This feels familiar somehow.
Ки, что такое ОГМ? ОГМ похоже на ОГМ шведского гражданского милицию.
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
РГМ похоже на РГМ шведскую гражданскую милицию. Почему?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
Возможно.
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics, with blood dripping down your thigh.
К слову, там не в мозге, а в неокортекс. Это как раз лимбическая система, древний рептильный мозг и неокортекс. Новый. Но новая кора. Типа. Третья часть. А не просто мозг. Дыши ровнее.
This is better preserved than the others. You can still read the sign.
Белая звезда, как на звездной эмблеме.
An upside down star.
Перевернутая
With its
звезда.
horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
А эти точки тоже звезды?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Эта штука выглядит довольно древней. Что он использует сделает?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Yefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Как здесь располагалось орудие? Здесь были установлены две пушки с дальностью большого калибра. Осторожно, лестница обрушилась.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired. Downstairs, somewhere? Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator. The hollow ring, the canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
Что это значит, генератор
I don't know.
здесь?
I'm not a philosopher.
Я имею в виду, зачем он здесь?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Книги, в основном фантастика и исторические романы. Опа. Тарелки, испачканные соусом и сажей. Кухня выживальщика. На слом дальномера расставлены свечи. Побито молью одеяло защищает от ветра.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
Как давно?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. We'll keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Сейчас не время отдыхать.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
Фига.
You don't have to be a hero.
Обитатели не очень сильно заправились с тем, что ветер дует, в смысле они не капитально заговорят, то щелищу. Это да. Может, есть способ закрыть ее капитально, но просто пока что она не закрыта.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures.
А почему в личку, Фоксен? Ну вот карта, и что с ней?
A what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories. You find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Что-нибудь необычное? Так, ща, погоди, концептуализация.
Soft covers, serialized, fantastic. Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Uzia. It's not exactly like reading.
И смотри, великая теория коммунизма правдивая и суровая. И смотри, книга с левыми идеями, даже не знаю, что сказать.
Uzia. Humanitarian Sciences. Stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West anymore.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
Кажется, студенты из многоквартирного дома тоже такие были.
Well, yes. That one student did.
А, ты про ту карту, Фоксен. Я понял. Я подумал, ты про карту в игре. А почему в личку-то, Фоксен? Да, пришло. Забавно. Типа, входящий перевод. Банк. Просто банк. Какой? Чё? Куда? Что? Просто банк. Вам пришло из банка. О, круто. Какого? Просто из банка, чувак. Ладно. Спасибо. Спасибо большое, Фоксем. Сейчас запишемся на радугу. Так, на радугу. The bank.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Блин, чертов нос. У нас-то не один банк, несколько его филиалов. Чайкуют. Так, продолжаем. Книги с критической теорией, как думаешь, о чем это говорит?
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
Зимний шарф из армейских излишков. Плюс 2 эмпатии, минус 1 самообладание. Футболка стреломет от фаун. Координация плюс 1. Мазов. Мазов. Эта гонзозащитная дверь весит должно быть больше 10 тонн. С нее слаивается ржавчина.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one.
туфли.
A heavy steel blast door. There is a convention.
Сейчас закроем. Поменяем. Ну да, это мне полезнее будет.
The heavy metal door stands as it did.
Что за ней?
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
Okay,
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open.
Может, еще одну дверь не нужно открывать. Смотрит на дверь, затем переводит взгляд на ее старшую сестру и на замок.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
Конечно, ты прав, откроем большую. Ты видишь где-нибудь элемент
I think
управления?
there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Люк заклинило.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Это что такое?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out.
Может,
Determine it here.
Может, он открывает защитную дверь?
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Как лучше течь и ском управлять? Большим постоянно стрелять? Большими постоянно стрелять или средними? Это который круги создает лазерные, забавные? Да. Смотри сам. Ну, то есть суть в том, что круг бьет только именно по кругу. Если ты большой создаешь круг, если враг будет прямо в центре, ему пофиг на него будет. Поэтому, ну, наверное, куча маленьких имеет смысл. Но при этом большим кругом ты можешь там большую часть зациклить. Ну, не знаю. И так, и так. Жесть, свет внутри.
Nothing happens.
The
dial slides under the glass. Silently, you make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, Feld Insula, are written on the band.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications. We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
The boat engine.
Мотор лодки. Не-не-не. Если ничего не найдем, можно вернуть на большую землю и слить немного с...
My kinema. I don't want to do that. Let's just look around.
The consul stands by.
Далеко-далеко шумит вода. Амбразура, заглотить луту не получается. Такой крупный кусок откололся, должно быть первое попадание. Далеко относятся гудки грузовых судов, сигнал их отражается от воды. Тростник так, видимо. Странно колышется. Нет, показалось. Лед, ищу тебя по ногам, осторожнее повались в воду. Вторая цепь. Ребятка словно ржавчина разъела остатки цепи.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in.
Зачем?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you, smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Maybe you know it's going to hurt.
Ну там холодно.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
Нет, 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 нет.
Yes, 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 yes. No, no. We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Поднять
In the
взгляд.
snowing mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
Покачать головой. Внутренняя империя хотела нас убить. Ты знаешь, сильно боли в паху и идешь дальше. Можно взглянуть на крепости, отсюда видно панель управления за защитную дверь. И спрыгнуть наверняка все кости переломаешь. Потертая итальянская карта с координатами в заливе Вашоля. Каница с топливом лам. О! Старый аптечный шкафчик не дал пополнению дырой минам.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Тихо произносит лейтенант, делал шаг вперед с пистолетом на изготовку. Смотрите,
A
матрас.
single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand and name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Кроп из банки.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
Тио Мутиев, это наша находка на краю земли, помнишь?
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Сперва потрогать.
Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Стоит сквозь дыру в стене.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
Слева.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 33A and 33B.
Справа.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Gislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
А в центре...
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop. The upstairs window of Clausia's room. In the snow, reflecting light.
Вот она.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Ким, будь у меня бинокль, я могу заглянуть внутрь
A
комнаты.
pair of binoculars or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Ким, я бы смог отсюда попасть.
I think we have it, detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Да перестаю сюда, в принципе, не упасть. Ну, у меня не было возможностей.
Affirmative.
Может быть и можно, но я не нашел такого способа. Почему мы раньше сюда не пошли?
Why? We don't go everywhere in a 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
Вы правы.
He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress. Then again, his face twitches.
Может ли стрелок все еще быть здесь? На этом острове.
He does not answer, just nods.
Прямо здесь, на матрасе.
He looks around
Типа
once
это
more
я.
and says,
We should move now.
Вернуться. Багует как-то шкафчик. Дробин, деньги.
There's a rain-soaked
beach.
У меня наконец-то еще остались немного топлива. Литр или два. Металл выглядит так, будто ему уже несколько десятков лет. Логотип автомобильной компании «Лам» почти стерся. Ваше измотанное тело заслуживает отдыха. Так, а там мы пошли уже, да? Давайте отдохнем сначала.
greasy old.
The offer still stands. Take it. You don't look so good.
The bed is quite inviting, all things considered.
Может, поговорим немного на
You
часов лечь
face
спать.
the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed.
Поджать колени
The
груди.
blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
Чё, Ким куда-то исчез? Или это наши приходы? Дела здесь нет, поищи снаружи на пляже. Судя по измененному интерфейсу, это наш приход. Дверь все еще здесь, закрытая, это почему-то кажется странным. Войти не получится. Добрая половинка сознания. Нет, нет, типа у Кима, типа, да. Ха! Ну не, это слишком круто было бы, ты чё? Спустись к цепи, там что-то есть. Погоди. Показалось? Ладно. Ну же, войди в воду. На воде видны ее следы. О, понятно. А может, они будут спускаться? Ну, понятно, у нас нет альтернативы. Да, это сон.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand.
Видео
She seems to
Ревашоль.
be in a hurry.
Мы типа в этом, в Джемроке. Это видеопрокат.
You may not be able to take this. Not this time. Not anymore.
Привет.
Hey.
Что за приходы? Мы полегли поспать, и вот ему сон снится. Ну, скорее всего. Это все улыбнуться?
I mean, hey to you too.
Как тебе дела?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
Не очень.
Don't say that. I know this positive thing sounds stupid to you, Harry, but it works. We all have an obligation to be happy. You too. And you will be.
Ты куда?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
Не думаю, что в миллионе. Что у тебя в чемодане?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Корона бессмертия, раз ты уже не увенчана ею?
Oh, this.
Бля,
This
венок на
is just a
голове.
wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder.
Anyway,
Можешь на секунду заезжать на минутку, нам нужно поговорить, нам стоит последний мощную грандиозную
no,
ссору.
Harry. No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters, it's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
Мне еще казалось, что на самом деле не Долорес
I
Дэй.
don't know what you mean. Dolores Day.
Ты бывший кто-то там.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
Я рад, что мы с тобой разговариваем, это меня
I'm glad
исцеляет.
too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
What?
Класс, твои друзья. Ну, передавай привет
I
друзьям.
will.
Ты покажешь себе на голову, ты мой траур.
The morning? I don't understand.
Наверное, так даже лучше.
Yes, it really is better that I don't.
Почему подумал, что ты до ОСД и правящая владычица территории Мундии и Ставали, никто более подвести
Yes,
итоги.
Harry, I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
Ну, в этом нет совсем ничего хорошего. Так, я купил тебе эту фигурку всадника Фауна без головы, отдайте
I
фигурку.
don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
Я думал, ты любишь фигурки, я думал, что фигурки нужны, чтобы тебя вернуть.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
Ну, там выходит, что фигурки ни для чего не
She
нужны.
looks at the headless found rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say. The figurines don't do anything at all. But I thought the historic figure she had.
Ей нравились военные игры миниатюры.
Yes, I thought it would be good.
Хорошо, больше не буду пугать тебя
I
вещи.
didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless fallen rider back then.
Получено достижение. Фигурки ее не вернут, они ни для чего не нужны. Но ты говоришь, что у меня необъятная душа, и ты всегда будешь за ней возвращаться.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
На самом деле ты ничего не говорил. Ты написал мне письмо, написал от руки, я сохранил среди важных
As
бумаг.
Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
Звук песни этого голоса, кто лезет в
You
глаза.
need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. No summaries. Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage. She won't get hurt. She'll bend out of the way.
Письмо у меня с собой, позволь я сижу твою память, отправимся, ты делаешь горькую паузу по дороге воспоминаний и
Please,
зачитай.
Harry, I just don't have time for this.
Достай письмо, почитай. Каждое утро, когда я ухожу и оставляю тебя спящей, я ношу с собой кусочек печали. Я несу его в своей груди по Voyager Road. С каждым моим шагом печаль растет. Когда я дохожу до заправочной станции, она заполняет меня целиком. Я захожу в вагон и оглядываюсь. Ла-ла-ла. Только приемник. Я знаю, что это будет продолжаться, пока я не зашагаю обратно к тебе. К тебе. Каждый мой шаг легче предыдущего. Мне хочется бежать. Иногда я так и делаю. Я не могу поверить, что встретил тебя. Я не могу поверить, что этому счастью, что ощущаю рядом с тобой. Твоя душа необъятна, и я всегда буду возвращаться за ней.
Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now?
Нет, я вовсе не счастлив.
Then why are you doing this?
Как детектив полиции, я провел графологический анализ письма, ты знаешь, это твой
Very
почерк.
well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. On Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand. It was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs. Her breasts.
Я был крутым.
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants. Smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore.
Корешок билета.
Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin.
The ground, здравствуй.
The day we went east of the river. To the aquarium first. I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face. The octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think. Were we there now, you could touch my hair. Kiss me. Talk to me about anything. Go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret.
Ты можешь стать той, кем когда-то была. Я вижу ее в тебе под этим одеянием винтом.
And my crown of immortality. No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, the awful time we wound up having. And the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
You're a better man now. More level-headed. More normal.
На этот раз мы можем найти себе хорошее место. Я могу тебе обеспечить, что я был молод и слаб.
No, it's too late. I found someone for whom I feel the same love I did for you. Only this time, he is more careful. He will not lose me. It will go somewhere. It will grow.
Your heart burns. Through the blackness, you feel the trickle of blood on the mattress below you.
Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny?
Да, это самая не смешная моя
I
часть.
hate being that. I don't want to be anything for you. I hope the decades it takes for you to get over me have already passed.
И что теперь? Что будет дальше? О чем мы еще поговорим?
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, then you should let me go to the aerodrome.
Don't let her. Don't let her go there. You should redo the topics. Go over everything. The things you didn't say before, too. Make it go on and on.
Военная преступница. Ну вот мне это совсем ничего хорошего. Легкие золотые сандали покрывают ее пальцы. Ну что, скажи мне, что есть хоть что-то хорошее. И все?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it 1,000,000 times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Where in hell? Stop You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
Ты права, я даже больше не понимаю, кто ты такая, а?
It just takes some time. For you, it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me too. I used to think I couldn't live without you.
А смотри тебе на глаза, радужки у нее светло-голубые с искорками зеленого.
But I can.
20 лет это так долго.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
Значит, ты тоже это чувствуешь, что не можешь жить без меня.
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
Ну хорошо. Да, хорошо, но я хочу поговорить с тобой еще кое о чем.
What other things? We've been
Военная
through. Who
преступница.
says that? I have ruled with kindness, grace, and temperance. It's perfectly normal to have an army of humanity. I am the innocence of humanism. I call it whatever I want to. Besides, you're only saying this because things didn't work out between us. I really have to go to the aerodrome. I don't have time.
Ты хочешь сказать, ты не вела себя со мной военной
You
преступницей?
were very bad to me too. We've talked about it like 7 million times now.
Не
I
уходи.
have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
То, что он говорит, и то, что написано, вообще два разных текста совершенно. Ну и пока что... Так, погоди, может, чем мы снимем кофе на углу из кафе?
No. That would only be painful and dull. At the aerodrome, life, love, and laughter are waiting for me. At the cafeteria, dust, hell, and tragic comedy.
Погоди, что ты будешь делать в Мирове?
Light, life, culture. It's so much better than here. Everything here reminds me of you, and the horrible times we had. The nights we stayed up fighting for our dying love. I have to wipe it all off me and be clean again. I want to be a good person again. Not this. Not what you made me into.
Но я поклялся, что никогда не отпущу тебя. Ты сама сказала, ты просил, чтобы это было так.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Она отворачивается. Мы с тобой еще
I won't
видимся.
see you, but you will see me.
Это
Oh,
как?
Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see?
А, ну да.
I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
Когда же тогда я увижу тебя снова?
Right here, tomorrow night.
О-хо!
Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
Ну это просто невыносимо.
Oh yes. This is real darkness.
Капец, он один тот же
It's
сон
not
видит.
death or war or child
Да,
molestation.
Фоксэм. Видимо,
Real
да.
darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
До завтра, да.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Сменить кровь и вернуться кого-нибудь настолько круто, что тебе все ни почем. Да, Фоксер, наверное.
Окей.
Только произносит он.
Yes?
Фигурки Долорес Дэй уже передавать не надо. Но она у нас все еще в руках. Навыков просто миллиард. Зачем ты постоянно чекаешь журнал? Тут есть суть, что тут показывается наш характер. Коп суперзвезда, коп апокалипсиса, жалкий коп, коп зануда. И я смотрю после проверок, типа после диалогов, что-то меняется или нет. Коммунист, фашист, ультралиберал, моралист, это все тоже. Убито людей 4 теперь. Было 3, теперь 4.
This old cylindrical lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell.
Тут так-то тоже графомания, конечно. То есть каждое действие описано очень
подробно. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
A dim golden glow.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot. The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle, a dim ambient orange. The dial slides under the dusty glass, dark and silent, despite the power being on.
Insular. This is an off-air.
The glass door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you.
Что там?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up.
А что если нам снова придется сражаться?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
У меня тоже есть оружие.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Давайте бахнем координацию. Не стал проходить проверку, потому что рассчитываю еще вернуться, да? Ну, не знаю, какой именно ты, Фоксэм. Вот. Но в целом снаружи, да. Есть там. Ну, есть там очень сложные проверки. Девушка была с ней. А, в ту? Нет. Я просто не хотела проходить. Резиновая лодка сдута, порвана. Отсюда видны небольшие белые цветочки. Но с откладом в воздухе есть что-то пугающее, а он и чувак с винтовкой. девочку оставлю.
An old man
Дезертир.
wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by
Неужели
creased
он
eyelids
вообще
to
тут
meet yours.
ни при чем?
Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp.
Глаза... Это ты пожарник?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Ты недавно... Не ты недавно сказал двум ребятишкам посетить костер двум близнецам?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Глаз тебя по-прежнему острый.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Имени норм, тема Илюши и Улин начала норм. Допром. Вблизи, в поне. Ты закрыл защитную дверь.
I did. And you opened it. How?
Я залил топливо в генератор, потом использовал панель
I
управления.
should have burned that console down.
Как ты знал мое
The
предположение?
boat engine. On the water.
Отличная у тебя пушка.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Это Бельмагав?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
Вот выставил Дефет. Не помню.
A Samuran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
Сразу похлопал по винтовке.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
Коммуна Синьяо?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball.
Твое оружие тебе верно служило, мое верно служит мне. Принес ему пистолет в руке.
Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of
Что
them?
за это нас фашистом? Как раз таки фашизма у меня меньше всего.
His left eye twitches. With what? Fear? Rage?
We have come to ask you questions. Nothing more.
Я кладет руку на
If you do
кобуру.
not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Another spitball lands in the ashes. That's all the answer he gives.
Положите оружие, чтобы мы могли продолжить разговор. Мы из полиции.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
His elbows rest on the frame stock, calmly for now. But he may still get it in his hands. Looks like he knows the weapon.
Я есть вражеский офицер соответствующего звания. Опусти оружие.
It's a good line, but your voice slips on, Commander, producing a little squeak. Sounds like you're afraid.
A big-time operator of the pederast army. How about I keep it, huh? Hand it over to a real killer. A Briscard.
The lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's forehead.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Тык невежливо опускает винтовку на землю и смотрит на нее. А количество, которое ты надамажил в комнате шипами, переносится на следующий уровень, или заново нужно один сразу дамажиться? Честно, не помню, забаненный.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
Поднять лежащее на песке оружие.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stopped and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangle, 4.46 millimeter.
Triangle сделан из синьяла.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition.
Док подгильзовые патроны калибра 4,46.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
И док не сказал, монтировали,
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him.
Ну, батя, не только здесь
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly.
Левая рука, right, правая.
Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motorics. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession in time.
Кто вы такой?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross. Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol.
Он типа все еще воюет.
I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained,
Японские
I
партизаны,
wrote a
думаешь?
criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
Что за японские партизаны? А чего ж ему не продолжать воевать, когда у нас буквально война на носу после этой перестрелки с наемниками? А он об этом не знал, скорее всего.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Ты живешь на этом острове 43 года? Он смотрит на кострище.
I've been on other islands
Вот, на
too.
других островах.
I was an resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
То есть, еще раз, ты сказал здесь 43 года?
43 years and 10 months.
Это, вот это стойкость.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
Ты не мог сдаться.
He nods. But he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Смотри в сторону моря.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
Нифига себе хитран.
Always waiting.
Всегда от берега смотрит на тебя. Чего?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
Я пришел оттуда, к застом большой земли. Уверяете, народ ничего подобного и не планирует. Я видел, как обстоят дела. Получать головой сила, капитал слишком велика, многочисленность лично
They
организованы.
have you. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try.
Ты сказал, что оставился в подразделении.
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith.
Не хватило веры?
And of courage too. You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism.
Частично результат работы второго поколения партизан. Как сажаться убегать, полицейские стать девиации, давать лут местных, скажем, филиппинских деревень, продолжать жить в лесу, даже когда они в 60-70 полетают самолеты, рассказывающие об окончании войны. А, да. Читал, там одного чуваку вызвали генерала в отставке. На неделю мундир привезли на остров, чтобы тот отменил приказ. Только тогда солдат вышел и сдал оружие. До этого местных терроризировал, воевал. Жесть. Итак, привет.
A second is all it took.
Для
For
чего?
reaction to take hold.
И когда именно это
May
случилось?
the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Черная магия?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower.
Он указывает на нее рукой.
Huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon. But I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it.
Ни в какой
The
штаб ты
shame
не
and
пошел.
smallness of what he became.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
Поднимай глаза к нему. Что это такое было? Ну, летающие эти корабли.
Airships.
Воздушные суда.
I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Чух-чух, не знаю. Без понятия. Сложно изобразить вертолет. Видел что?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
Не жажду власти, а саму власть, силу. Ты понимаешь, что...
That the bourgeois are not human.
Получается, дать ему договорить.
I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
Стык замолкает, его черные глаза продолжают смотреть сквозь тебя, куда далеко-далеко, он медленно встряхивает головой, избавляясь от видения. Томас, привет. Что это за место, этот остров?
It's not an island, what? It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
И для чего использовалось это укрепление?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in 02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
Ты говоришь о той самой выставке возвращения в Ревачол?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
Во-первых, я не один из них.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow?
Тот, кто пришел положить конец этому безумию.
Iblis.
Иблис?
The black-eyed angel.
Как тебе удавалось выживать все это время?
How does anyone survive? I steal. Supplies,
Что же крал?
vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
Ну, там было 15 хитран. Ему 65, говорят. У нас есть дурамин, другие опиоидные анальгетики. У тебя наверняка боли.
I have been running out of that stuff.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
Причину же узнали, да что заснул. Причину чего, Слипман? Дурамин уже небось уважаешь?
It's the little joys. A dark joke. A sunshiny day. Morphine.
Серьезно, тебе нужен ход, мы можем предоставить.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
Как же ты справлялся психологически?
I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
За так, что остается видно только белки, потом снова посмотрим.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
Ты замечаешь, что лейтенант собирается что сказать.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult mentally to live in isolation.
Зачем убил? Убил живом, потому что подождал понять занять. Я подозреваю, что да, Слипман.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. Ruins glimmering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
И на складках высушенного солнцем ветром пыльца притаилась в
Are
море.
they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
Как тебе удалось скрывать все эти годы?
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped. and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent.
Как ты мчался между Ростом и Большой Землей?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
Он замолкает, пристально глядя, склудившись на противоположном берегу лачуги. Почему тебе просто не пойти туда?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
Тайник с оружием под сенной кислен 22Б, глядя на него. В подвале там бывал?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Belmer graves, right?
Так и было.
Useless now.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
Гангстер 2289, здравствуйте.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
А за Фельд есть небольшой бункер. Ты там останавливался?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Как дела? Ну, нормально.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Убили себя?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Еще не постыкуешься, говорит, у Мутири.
I do.
Когда я курил хорошую землю, кстати, на земле.
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Скажи-ка, подожди.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above.
Так ты скажешь, что твоя бессрочная капитуляция?
The RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
Мы не наняты коалицией, мы просто пытаемся помогать людям.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
Иголка начинает дрожать, и он находится в приступе кашля.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said.
Коммунары подписали Вашольский акт о капитуляции.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Это безумие.
You're insane. Radio shows, speed racing, sporting goods. None of it is real.
Это солдаты армии коммунистов.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
Ты говоришь, тебя отправили, пошел подготовку, тебя отправили в отряд обороны.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
А чем занимается политкомиссар?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology.
Получается, что ты коммунист, так?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
Я моралист.
No, you're not. You're part of the meat shield. The human shield that surrounds the fascists while they kill and rape. That's what you are.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. The expression on his face is unreadable. There's some sort of interference there. Neurological? There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism, or even cancer.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
Для чего ты использовал эту... Так, еще один, да, сегодня вопрос. Проанализировать язык тела, самообладание. Не просто слабое здоровье, нарушение моторики, возможно, неврологические повреждения.
For a 60-year-old man
да ладно!
Who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island, he seems surprisingly fit. He's clearly a drug user of the painkiller sort, prone to erratic hand gestures, and malnourished. But that's it. The moment.
Хрена с два, момент упущен. Поехали. Так, погоди, в смысле, я же обновил проверку.
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. It's precisely what you could not see before. For a man who spent 44 years in the urban wild.
Конечно, удивление неплохо.
Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Симулирует что?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system.
Деменция?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid.
Ты вообще в порядке? Память тебе двоет, закончишь
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
Для чего ты используешь эту винтовку?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war.
Да, у него все еще война.
Class war is never over.
Почти бы самообладанием.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But...
Но что?
This is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot.
Типа то, что я раскрыл дело. Да блин, камон, это было так очевидно.
The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first.
Ты используешь оружие для убийства полковника сотрудника охранного агентства Кеннель.
The who now?
Подается привет приказу такой.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Парня из фашистского отряда смерти, который съел пулю в ночь 4 марта.
Oh yes, that one.
Все, он убил повешенного. Ну да, хитрый.
Piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
Никогда неожиданно делает шаг в его направлении.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
Мне требуется тебе сотрудничество. У меня есть вот это. Показать ему гонка калибра 446.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Так. Мы многих спасли, их лидер Титом разобрали ситуацию.
You didn't handle anything. I watched it happen. You let those fucks rip right into them. Got that girl killed, too. None of those people mean anything to you. The vultures feed on this city, and you prepare the meal for them.
You're getting diverted. Push the gun.
So you watched the fight? Did you like what you saw? The mayhem. It was all your doing, your plan. You got them killed.
You don't know anything.
Не соскакивай с темы, у нас на руках орудие убийства, указательного битовка.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Драматичным тоном. Думаешь, мы обнаружили орудие убийства?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it.
Объявляю. Мы обнаружили орудие убийства.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Стейк замолкает, убийств, бросает взгляд на тростник, его тело снова походит дальше. Мы провели баллистическую экспертизу, указательную вышку, выстрел был произведен с этого острова.
Saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dras. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
Вид прекрасный, с бинокля даже интерьер этой комнаты можно смотреть.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain. I saw you.
You had direct. You've been here.
I'm ready.
He's practically
Во всем смысле слушали не прицелился на самое окно.
It's a sniper's nest.
Так, блин, да что же я забыл? Хлопнул себя по голове.
Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
О, да.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring.
Он типа стегерился на этот символ?
Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up.
Ну, конечно, спасибо, спасибо.
Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
Где сколько марки у тебя обувь?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes
Кроссовки,
are?
не похоже.
Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
Стыгревит ногу, потому что старый ножик кроссовок покрывает черно-белый с перевидным
The
узором.
maker is Sensorique. The model is Cordobe, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Драма после 9. Погоди, все может быть гораздо проще.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right
Ты
now.
мог переобуться, это вовсе не означает, что ты не обшарил костян с номером, в котором погибла жертва.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering.
Нифига себе.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash.
Он там был? Охренеть.
Silent suddenly. Some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
За окном у жертвы были ландыши, кстати, он сохший цветок.
The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange...
Это типа его символ, он оставил там ландыш. Лол.
So many this year too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the...
Нигде во всем Мартинезе их нет, только здесь.
They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
Молодая женщина, Классия, говорите о чем-то это имя. Это засохшие цветы я нашел у нее под окном.
Классия.
Ты знаешь, так ведь она стояла в интимных отношениях с жертвой, с наемником.
With the victim.
Он плачет в белоснежном цветочном поле и замолкает, мультио через всего этого
There is a small tremble, looks like a smile, a crooked smile, yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer, armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer, dripping with blood.
Он тоже был солдатом и человеком.
Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Значит, ты его застрелил.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
Ты практически видишь, как он выжимает из себя слезу, его стиснутые кулаки начинают трястись от злости.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Не открывать рот.
I had them in my sights, both of them, him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
Его губы растягиваются в улыбке.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
А потом?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Лейтенант просто смотрит на него секунду людей, а потом прерывает молчание. Он убил его во имя секса? Да.
Yes.
Да, просто отвечает он.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
Он пожимает плечами, почему это?
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Почему ты наблюдал за ней той ночью?
I'm always looking.
Скинет голову на бок, переводит взгляд на город. По левой стороне у тела снова двигает дождь, на этот раз слабее.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Ты жмешь на спусковой крючок.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
Что именно тебе не понравилось из увиденного в ночь убийства?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
То есть ты поревновал?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out. Soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second. Writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did.
Видел в ней не только то, что было например, как и ты.
The caliber of bullet he used does not do that kind of damage.
Как доктор наблюдал за ней?
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on a ghost? What was she doing there?
Hiding
Прятала
something in
документы.
the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
Что потом там спрятала?
Her passport.
А, он вытащил.
Yeah. And from there to Cachet Brut.
Она сказала, на потайник в буке. Ты его смотрел?
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it?
Когда нужно
When we
подать
found the
тайник, он был
submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
Так, в паспорте было написано, как ее зовут, но когда назвал имя Клаусия, ты, кажется, не узнал.
It didn't say Clausia in there.
Какое имя было указано в паспорте?
It was something.
Мы-то знали имя, она же нам его назвала.
It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
В то время мы проверяли тайник, но ничего не было.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
There it is again. The strange neurological state he's sometimes in.
Двигаемся дальше, после этого ты можешь не следить, продолжить.
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here.
Она была шпионкой, это правда.
Sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo. And glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
Ты смог изгадить ее синяки через оптические прицелы винтовки?
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
Откуда он в подробностях узнать о теле? Ну, через дырку в стене. Ты случайно смотрел их не через дыру в стене?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Ты когда-нибудь видел их через окно на крыше?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
Использовал шпионаж. Ты был в секретном проходе посреди танцев тепи, это были твои следы, ты просто переобулся.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
Там тоже.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
Определите мотив.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union.
Я были чувства к этой женщине.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
Поэтому ты оставил высохшие цветы под ее окном?
No.
Он принимается качать головой, он посмотрит на высохшем стебле. А почему?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of our room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
Когда это было?
The day after I killed him.
Ты принес ей ландыш?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there to leave the flowers.
Ты хотел ее утешить?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
Смотри, что-то с глаза.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you. One more down.
Итак, получается, что дело было вовсе не в нем, а в ней.
Her.
Повторяет он, глядя на погасший костер, потом на тростнику глаза
You hear
дергаются.
a low frequency hiss, barely, beneath the audible spectrum. Then it's gone.
Немыслимо.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
Сбежала, мы не знаем, где она.
Good for her. That girl kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, this last week, kept staring at the island. At night, crying or smoking on the roof, like she knew I was here.
Фига.
It doesn't matter.
Крипово.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghost of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and...
Бери еще что-нибудь, что тебе не нравилось.
Comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. I'm full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Господин Клэр?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Да, дайте ему закончить, не перебивать.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins.
Сияющий около бог финансов. Нет, Клэр... Эврар Клэр, это который лидер профсоюза.
Intense, like animals, like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Он подражает, что я говорю, что сожалею, что будет такое зрелище. Это все?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex.
Well, okay.
At least that old cunt Frisell.
Просто
We
кивнуть.
did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. Ask about that cock on parade too. Make sure you get everything here.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. Like a tank maniac, race traitor.
Так, давай успокойся, пока окончательно я
What is
заебался.
there to be agitated about? The unholy ghoul. I love it there. He reminds me of everything we fought for. At least we killed Afrisel and his kingsman.
Ты сказал, что профсоюз социал-демократическая организация, господин Клэр, социально-демократический
Another
клоун.
hideous disappointment. Unions are the real
Типа, перебор текста, я
The
прям
true
уже
enemy of
устал
the
его слушать,
proletariat.
честно говоря.
Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Кто за тебя, Эвер Клэр?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation.
Да,
The
да,
smart
Хивером.
Edgar.
Видишь, вот Эдгар, ебать Эвера.
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
Так, если очень полный говорит адрес. Ну, мало ли, что-нибудь еще интересно узнаем. Ты говорил с
First
Эдгаром?
against the wall with him.
Пересталкивается за тебе просто
The
скачет.
Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to.
О, ты с ними связывался?
I haven't approached anyone. I've hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
Вот адрес, видишь?
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left, wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things. 20 years ago.
20 лет
Neither
назад.
of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
И о чем вы говорили?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. offered platitudes about the struggle, flaunted his pink degree, even quoted Marzov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
И он позволит тебе остаться здесь?
Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Да, что убил наемника камня Каина по указке Клэра, что сбалансировать беспорядки?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hang demand for them, but he's insinuating something.
Что за дела были между стариком и Эдгаром? Логика легендарна. Бахнем сигареты Астра. С Эвраром о его предшественнице.
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
20 лет назад, когда встречался с Эдгаром, семья Клэров еще не руководила профсоюзом, ведь так?
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
А кто руководил?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
Это она была женщина, так? Как классика.
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muskova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to
Muskova, а потом она просто исчезла.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
Опустился улыбаться подчинявшим пареням.
That's not quite it.
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
Эдгар попросил кого-то позвонить вместо нее.
She
Почему?
couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is. The bend in the river.
Почему?
Because she was dead.
Опа!
Just say nothing.
Молчать.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled? Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home. Waddling. Dressed in yellow. Drunk like she often was. The ruins are black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her.
Ты ее застрелил.
Someone shot her. Or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk.
Босс лейтенант даже спокойно понимаешь, будто еще какой-то
We would
безделица.
strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Goat shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here. In a moral intern
Просто
cell.
пшиком после
I
пистека
will
такого
not
синего смысла в
testify
его
to
бытии.
anything.
В смысле, они захватили док. Ты о чем, Хитран? Ну, ты это сделал.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
Диско шлюхи. Только это может выдавить он, и даже это маленькое слово подтолкнул сквозь зубы с огромным усилием. Мне с ним так и колокочет. Что вы это обсуждали? А теперь... Иосиф Лилианович Дро, своей стороны был убийство Элиса Картенара. Историками за
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting.
4 из 8 человек захватили док, еще одна группа наемников, и не будет никакого профсоюза. Блин, Хитран, 4 из 8 человек это парни Харди, это одна конкретная группа из профсоюза. В профсоюзе у них там несколько тысяч человек, что-то там 1500 или типа того. Эти чуваки конкретно местная типа полиция. Вот и все. А профсоюз охренеть какой огромный, там народу дофигалион.
The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken.
Плюс город их уважает.
Shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand?
Даже не полиция, как дружина. Ну, типа да. Ну просто у них полиции-то нету, поэтому это все, что у них есть. Это дружина. Вам это понятно? Смотря с ними глазами, помню все нарастающего ужаса. То есть, когда я тебя спрашиваю размер профсоюза, ты имел в виду лишь эту группу? Я спрашиваю по размеру всего профсоюза. Понял.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Stop!
There it is again, to your north, as it has been since you came to the coast.
Фазмит?
The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other, but then, in the middle of it, something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Ким, ты слышишь?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
Сейчас его пристрелят? О, лол! Ни хрена себе! Фазмиды!
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Моргнуть.
It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
Вот это сникла уже скачанную версию. Что это такое, кстати, пальцем? Об огромном палочнике. Ты куда-то застеянным.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
Нет, есть, я же вижу.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in there.
Ким, ты это видишь?
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there. spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Шепчет лейтенант, делает шаг к гигантскому насекомому.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's
Ким, фотка,
hair,
ведь вторая
white
фотка
and
осталась.
curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape break. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Внимательно прислушаться. Шепотом, это ставолийский фазмит. Ты слышишь, как со знакомым стуком стягивается молния его куртки медленно, очень медленно. Да-да, камера.
He begins to pull it open extremely carefully. It's the camera. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
Шепотом, Ким, вспышка громко, ему не понравится.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
Погоди, дай мне сперва подойти к
I
нему.
won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
Не прекращай свои манипуляции, но камеру не
You
опускает.
see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Шепотом, какая разница, кто что подумает, Ким?
Understood. Of course.
Зачем к нему приближаться? Это же опасно, а вдруг он нас убьет.
Its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
Тихонько сказать ему что-нибудь, например, ты
A
существуешь.
sudden chirrup fills the air. The walking stick moves its whole body, limbs working independently of each other, like the parts of a masterfully constructed machine. It moves just an inch closer to you. Or does it only feel like it does? Something in its body language has changed, just slightly.
Хорошенько полился феромоном. Чудо далеко-далеко на западе. Детские воспоминания Лены. Осторожно приблизиться. Где-то там уже отполз.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows, like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soak in your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Шепотом. Ладно, Ким, фотографируй. Подносит камеру к глазам.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant.
I got it.
Охренеть! Очертания существа медленно появляется на фоне майки, кто держит в руке полихромный призрак, тонкая белая фигура на фоне тростника и неба, и тени перед ней ты. Медленно потянуть руку и дотронуться до усика существа.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Посмотреть на палец.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Лизнуть палец, это подохну, может, это яда какого-нибудь. Я не знаю, что же это такое. Осторожно покупать похожую на лезвие косы лапку. Нет, это опасно. Получилось
A
отступить.
shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes
Схились
do
давно.
not stray
Давно,
from you.
Фоксэм. А что? Здравствуй, меня зовут Гай, я не очень знаю, кто я такой.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Пристать на цепочки и
You
присмотреться.
were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
Шепотом, Ким, у него пена идет.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
Пристально наблюдает за
The
тобой.
foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one letting out
Один
that
за другим.
same smell, like summer burning.
Говорю с повешенным, не отступился от Фазмида, знает о партеногенезе. Скажи, что ты делаешь, внутренняя империя? Я тоже существую.
Tell me what it's like for you,
Что произойдет, если я скажу?
and I will tell you what it's like for me.
Для меня это будто полыхающее пламя.
Fire? Where?
Огонь повсюду, его не остановить. На горизонте серый огонь, то, что мы оба с тобой ощущаем, скоро
That is
закончится.
your problem. Nothing ever ends for me. There is only room for 2, maybe 3 pictures in my mind. For me,
Охренеть.
it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Что ее прерывает?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, I certainly do not have a soul.
О, ты мог
And
подкатил.
if I did, it would never burn.
Я рад, что таков, каков есть, необычайно чувствительный
Few
инструмент.
of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation.
Типа он не запоминает картинки, мы их
Even when
запоминаем.
you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
Безумно около бреду. Сначала было страшно, непонятно, что теперь
That
разобрался.
must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner light, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral.
Блять, я, ну, типа...
But not me.
Rooting for you. Ну да. Ну, типа, болеешь, знаешь, за спортивную команду, в то же самое здесь. Я ем только
In
листочки.
honor of your will, Lieutenant Euphrator, that you kept from falling apart in the face of sheer terror, day after day, second by second.
Я сыщик.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Убийцу.
He's in a bad state. deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
Ты разрушаешь его?
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the picture in your head. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
Типа он его видел слишком долго, поэтому его не видит. Это сон? Что происходит?
No, you are awake. I am real. Light is forming me.
Откуда берется вот это вот все? Что нас окружает? Мир?
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water leaves.
Надо было лизать палец, очевидно. Нам нужно знать, быть может, он не спослан Богом.
I think we should eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Or read. Yum yum.
Wait, so...
То есть ты выглядишь как тростник и ешь тростник?
Yes, they don't mind.
Ты никогда случайно не съедал других тростниковых фазмидов?
Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
После Лизи ты был, видео, очень недоволен, как я делаю. Что это такое?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulindian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. No, no one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective, dripping off blood that smells like strawberries, across the calm sea, the first in 1,000 years.
То, что он говорит, и опять же, то, что написано, вообще два разных текста.
I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Revachol, district of Martinez, March 51.
Ты чудо?
No. You are the miracle.
Чего это вдруг?
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet.
Величики из той пути Эллен.
Hail too came with you.
О!
No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not.
Радиально симметрично.
There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Погоди, серость это человеческое удела?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by
Хо-хо-хо!
eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
У меня только силы.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
Каким образом?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Круто. Стыкающие медузы. А, спасибо, хитрон. Почему хуже?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
Я уже даже забыл весь мир, когда слишком сильно напился.
It is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever
Киви,
existed.
скажи, я сейчас переживаю жестокий эпилептический
It
припадок.
doesn't look like that, no.
А на что это похоже?
You're just staring at it.
Тогда, кажется, у меня видение судьбы человечества.
Is it somehow related to the case?
Нет, я же сказал, к чему это имеет отношение, к нашей судьбе.
I think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
Пошло время прощаться. У меня больше нет мыслей, закончились.
There is one more.
Из всех существ, что я встречал, ты самая красивая, добрая, страшная. Добрая нет. Красивая.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For all mankind.
Хорошо.
She was held on Earth. It doesn't take 3 meters digging to do that.
Почему недобрая? Потому что у него нет морали вообще, Фоксэм. Медленно поднять руку.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence.
Опустить руку.
The invertebrate comes back to life, stridulating. Sets of complex eyes follow you, moving in tandem.
Медленно
On
попятиться
as you're
уйти.
turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
Ну что, Ким, мы с тобой богачи?
Just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror, like a skipping stone. Leave it and something under it. In the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
Там целая коллекция. Сейчас смотрю на север, покрывая глаза за ладонью. Оно умеет ходить по воде?
Apparently, yes, like a water strider. Only I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Что там такое в
Looks
тростнике?
like a nest of some sort.
Ну, посмотри
We should have a
поближе.
look.
What?
Внезапно стоит у тебя за спиной, он пустил руку пику, и теперь она смазана
Some
черным.
kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Ну так, Фоксэм, тогда не надо делать вывод, потому что он добрый. Логично, нет? Документы поди. Шлем Фейервейзер, да! Шлем мы так и не нашли. Т-500, сумрак внушения. Снайперский прицел Т-9-32. Паспорт класс Е, улика. Триангонг 4.46. Винтовка калибра 4.46 с скорейшим затвором Триангонг. Снайперское оружие для бедных. Она не отличается особой надежностью, но из-за небольшой отдачи может обеспечить приличную точность, позволяет провести несколько последовательных выстрелов с малым интервалом. Но на этой конкретной винтовке отсутствует прицел. Обычный 30-мм снайперский прицел подходит к большинству моделей оружия калибра 4.46 со скользящим затвором. Используйте неточечный прицел с обычным перекрестием. На линзу налипли водоросли. За время своего пребывания в коллекции Фазмида он явно пострадал от сырости. Паспорт повидал мир, он ведь заполнен визами, выдан в Иранской республике и найден в гнезде Фазмид на острове. Может открыть паспорт, чтобы узнать больше.
This passport, issued by the
Поэтому,
sovereign
Фоксэм,
republic
не
of
надо его
Iran,
морально
is
оценивать.
issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents from the MT boy.
Смотреть
It's
фотографию.
Clausia, with short black hair and
Моложе, как-то
glasses.
по-мальчишечи.
She looks boyish, younger somehow.
Что он делает в князе Фазмида?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
Фазмид стащил его, я это почувствую. Я видел, кто-то хватает, будет тонкими длинными лапами, подзадать свою
Like a
голову.
magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
By now, the lieutenant has accepted your unusual methods.
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an anthropoid.
Да нет, все три предмета здесь сказали. Здесь сказано Катажина
She said
Лосье.
it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazia was supposed to be her real name, where Clausia comes from. Remember? I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
Пэтентует. На самом деле она зовут Катажина Лосьена Банонос.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us one more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now.
Как же зовут на самом деле?
I don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Alasia or Klasia or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district.
Он же так рассуждает. Может и хорошо, говорит.
What is it? What do you want from me?
Я не могу уйти. Послушай, как ты можешь его не видеть? Нет, это сник он замок.
The man does not respond. He keeps staring. Black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking.
Чувак, пальцы у него перед носом.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
Так, Лукаш нашел где Фазмида. Показать ему керамический шлем.
Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Кстати, малоранский паспорт.
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man.
Так судить по очереди вообще нельзя. Так именно, Фоксэм, а ты спрашиваешь, почему оно недоброе? Ты говоришь, а по очереди нельзя судить. А потом говори, а перед этим говорю, типа, почему недоброе? Ну так ты уж определись, можно судить или нельзя судить? Я и говорю, что нельзя судить о его морали.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
The spirit.
Старик моргает, не отрывая взгляда заросли тростника.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply.
Try something else? We got him back for a
moment. Оптический прицел.
I lost.
Ты потерял его?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid?
Лейтенант смотрит на базыскающих в руках.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor bee. The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers.
Я тебе объясню, Фоксэм. Что на него нашло?
Old age and shock.
The
appearance of the Phasmid in conjunction with the stress of the arrest. He spent his entire life here. For him to live would be... We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Так. Сейчас, секундочку, ребят. Так. Я подозреваю, что еще какое-то время игра-то будет продолжаться, вряд ли пару минут. Вот, поэтому, господа, наверное, мы сейчас поиграемся. Так. Когда мы постримим в следующий раз Disco Elysium, да, вопрос возникает логичный. Давайте постримим его завтра. Герои мы начнем, скажем, Ну, после Disco Elysium. Вот поставили пока на 17. Вот. А на этом мы сейчас заканчиваем. Супер интересно. Оставим до завтра. Вот. Сегодня вечером еще, я думаю, будет стрим. Какой пока не знаю. Что-нибудь придумаем. Может быть, Hunt Showdown. Да, может нет. А может да, может нет. Вот. Спасибо, что смотрели. С вами был Скэтман. Приходите еще. До встречи, господа. Увидимся с вами еще. Пара-па-па-пи-пу-пам. Пи-па-пу-пи-да-пу-пи-пам. Па-пу-пи-пам.